The day-by-day results shows Carlos Roca at the top with 35 points. Second is Thomas Kostner with 29 points. Third, René Vidal with 26. Fourth, Jürgen Wenzel with 23. Fifth, Alejandro Chanes with 18. Sixth, Silverio de la Rosa with 9 points. Seventh and is Javier Gaude and Philip Sturley, both with 7 points. Ninth, Nicolas Becerra and Quintas Zube, both with 5 points. And 11th, Andres Errázuriz with 1 point. The weather forecast for today is very similar to yesterday, although the conditions may be a bit weak than yesterday. We have some clouds at the coast that are having some impact, and probably we will have 1 degree less than yesterday. Probably we will have less cumulus and less humidity than yesterday. The wind forecast shows very similar winds as like yesterday. In general, the sounding is very similar. And the main difference is probably that we will get a bit of less energy. There is a thermal inversion between 1800 and 1950, which is breaking with 27 degrees Celsius. This penetration in the second system, it is expected between 3500 and 5900, with thermals between 0.7 and 3.4 meters per second. The task for today is a 356 kilometers task going north to Piedras Blancas. The next turn point is Rio Hidalgo, the same point from yesterday. Then Rio Leones and a long trip to the south to Chapa Verde and back to 3K and Vitacura. The start is scheduled for 15 hours. And as I said before, all the competitors are already taking altitude to start with the competition. There is a group here of competitors that are flying the ridge of the lab or laboratorio for us. This is a local term created some decades ago for this part of the Riscos area. And some of the competitors are already at the Españoles Ridge. There's probably a bit higher than the rest. Let's check the altitude from these competitors. So Carlos Roca is at the moment at 3,000 meters. And Thomas Costner next to him is at 2,900. So we've just heard the voice of Alfonso Soto, which is at the tower of our field. And he's announcing the proximity of the start in 20 more minutes. So most of the competitors you see are around 3,000 meters. Zube, Gaude, Wenzel. Becerra is at 2,500. Still in the same area. Sturley 2.7. De La Rosa 2.9. And in the next few minutes, they will start heading south for the start. Back to the task. The tricky point probably will be Chapa Verde. Since both turn points Piedras Blancas and Rio Hidalgo should be not too difficult. And we will see what will be the strategy to reach Rio Leones and then to keep and maintain the altitude up to Chapa Verde and return to Vitacura. Later we will analyze the different possible strategies. So this is the overall picture of the competitors flying the Riscos area and the Españoles. So I've just got the refresh. Only René Vidal is staying at the north with 3,200 meters. And the rest is moving slowly to the south. If you analyze the results after 6 days of competition, the positions 2, 3, and 4 are quite tight together. There is only a separation of 6 points to Carlos Roca, but between Thomas Costner and René Vidal, only 3 points. In only 3 points as well, the difference from René Vidal to Jürgen Wenzel. So I guess that today and tomorrow will be intensive days, competition days for those three competitors. And although Carlos Roca has got a better position, he will still have to fight to maintain that position. We're waiting for the next refresh. Carlos Roca and Thomas Costner at the Españoles. René Vidal as well. And the rest of the competitors seem to be east from Laboratorio. They are probably thermaling the same hot point. As in any other task of the previous days, the competitors will have to decide either to fly east the Españoles or to fly the lower way to the north, which may be easier but lower. We got 12 minutes to go. And let's wait for the next refresh. So the main group is still at the lab. And you may see that they are all over 600 meters. Thomas Costas is 2,000 meters. And Carlos Roca at the same altitude.
Attention, the start line will be open in 10 minutes. Maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters QNH. Pilot must be behind the start line in 9 minutes.
We've just here again the voice of Alfonso Soto indicating that the start of day number 7 of the Santiago qualifying Zeppelin Grand Prix will be in 9 minutes. So now all competitors are moving south to get behind the start line. This zoom gives us a better picture of all competitors moving south. So now we got the refresh. Alejandro Chanes is reaching the northern part of La Dehesa, which is a nice residential area in the north part of the city. Behind him is Javier Gaude, then Silverio de la Rosa, Nicolás Becerra, René Vidal, Carlos Roca, Kiantas Zube, Phil Sturley, Thomas Kostner, and Jürgen Wenzel. In 6 more minutes, we will starting the task of the 7th day. And now we are getting the refresh in a couple of seconds. And now we got all the competitors approaching to Vitacura. The maximum start altitude today is 2,000 meters, and the maximum start speed of the other days is 170.
Attention, the start line will be open in 5 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters QNH. From now, to the right are prohibited. Pilot must be behind the start line in 4 minutes.
You've just heard again the voice of Alfonso Soto telling us that we are short, that we are close to the start. For those that haven't been in Santiago before, our field is located at the northeast side of the city, in the middle of a residential zone.
Will be open in 3 minutes. Pilot must be behind the start line in 2 minutes.
In 3 more minutes, we will start the task. So I was telling that our airfield is located in the northeast part of Santiago. The Santiago area is quite big, probably easy 25 by 25 kilometers or more. So it's an area of easy 600 square kilometers. And directly north of our field, we have a very good ridge where we start all our flights.
The start line will be open in 2 minutes. Pilot must be behind the start line in 1 minute.
All pilots are now behind the starting line here in green. The center point of this line is our swimming pool, which was in the old contest the reference for the pilots to start the task. At that time, we were not using any electronic.
Start line will be open in 1 minute.
So in 1 more minute, we're starting the task number 7 of the Santiago qualifying Grand Prix.
Start line will be open in 30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. Remember that we've got a delay of about 2 minutes. Okay, we've just started the 7 days, the 7 day of competition. And the competitors just crossed the starting line. We will get a new refresh soon, and we will start analyzing the different strategies for reaching the next point. So now we're getting the refresh, and all of the competitors are at our home hill, which is the Manquehue, and probably no one of them will fly the Manquehue and will continue to the northern area, which we called Potreros. And probably some of them will start thermaling at the Gordo area. So this is the Gordo, normally a hot point, and from that point, competitors have to decide either to go right to this ridge or to go to the Cerro Colocalan, which is this ridge. We'll get soon our next refresh. But for all of you, if you're following the transmissions during the week, this initial part shouldn't vary too much from the other days. So now the whole group is over the road Pie Andino, which connects the area of La Dehesa to Chicureo, which is also a residential area in the north of Santiago, where our club has also facility including 1 kilometer landing strip, which is for our young pilots or new pilots the first landing options if they cross to the northern valley and if they are too low, they can land on that facility. Now we're getting the next refresh. And let's see if there is any significant change in the last minute. You see that all are thermaling. Most of them are thermaling over the road Piandino. And there are two competitors that seem to have escaped to the north, Alejandro Chanes and Nico Becerra. Nico has got 1800 meters and Alejandro Chanes almost the same. And the rest is thermaling, as I said before, over Piandino Road. We're getting the refresh now. And let's see what's happened. The group is still very compact. Let's check the altitudes of different competitors. So Jürgen is at 2000. Chanes 1800. Roca 2400, so a bit higher. Zube, it's at 2200. Gaude 2300. Wenzel 2000. Becerra almost 2000. Sturley 2150. Vidal 2300. De la Rosa, the same altitude, and Gosner 2100. No definitions yet which will be the way to go to the north. And probably in the next refresh, we will have a better understanding of the decisions of the different pilots. The race started just 10 minutes ago. So we don't expect it at this part of the race too much surprises. And I think that the group will keep compact in the next 10 minutes or so. There is here a group that is almost reaching the lab, which is this reach. And normally there is a very good hot point here, and eventually here in this area. So it seems that all competitors are trying to get the higher route. And the final decision will be probably the altitude that they will get in this area eventually here. The next refresh will provide us a better understanding. So here we are. Roca is a bit higher, and followed by De La Rosa, Zube, Gosner, Gaude, and Sturley. Chanes, Becerra, and Wenzel are still south of them. Let's check what's happening with Jürgen. So he's at 23. Chanes at 1900 and Becerra at 2500. This is the overall picture with all the competitors approaching the lab, or laboratorio in Spanish. So Jürgen and Nicolás still in the Gordo area. The Gordo means the fat. And Chanes is at the Piedra del Águila, the Eagle Stone, which is normally a hot spot, point as well. So the next refresh is just showing us that both Jürgen Wenzel and Nicolás Becerra are getting close to the group. Chanes seems to be a bit lower. Yeah, he's at 1900. So it's he's a bit on a marginal height to climb to the lab. So eventually he will go directly north using the lower route. The rest seem to be thermaling and gaining some additional height at the lab. We have here another picture of all 10 competitors. Remember that Andres Errázuriz is not flying today. So we got only 10 competitors instead of 11 as the previous initial days. So Chanes just moved to what we called Northern Lap. This is all the lap, and we call this ridge the Northern Lap, which doesn't mean necessarily that he will use the lower route to the north. Probably he will try to get some height and try to get to this point or to this point. But let's see how it goes, because certainly this is not warranted. The rest is definitely trying to get more altitude. And let's check the altitude of Chanes 1900, Roca 2800, Zube 2500, Gaude 2800, Wenzel 2400, Becerra the same altitude, Sturley 2200, Vidal 2600, De La Rosa the same altitude, and Gosna 2300. So the group is still compact in general. So Jürgen Wenzel is heading north to the northern lab, and these two guys seem to be trying to get to the higher part of the lab in order, I guess, to reach the Españoles, which ensures you a good altitude in a faster path to the north. This is the truck of Javier Gaude. And now we're getting the refresh. Let's see how the development was. Okay, and now we have some separations between the different competitors. Carlos Roca is definitely heading north through Españoles, and seems that both Jürgen Wenzel, Giantas Zube, and Alejandro Chanes are heading to the northwest, which is not the preferable route, I guess. But they certainly have reasons to do that, and that way. Nicolas seems to be stuck under the top part of the laboratory. In the rest are moving and probably trying to gain some additional altitude at the lab. So now we've got an update from the positions. Here now it's very clear who is taking the Españoles, which is this route, and who is going through the old route, the lower route to the lagunas. So we're having actually three groups of people. One led by Carlos Roca, followed by René Vidal, Silverio de la Rosa, and Thomas Costner. Another one led by Jürgen Wenzel, followed by Giantas Zube. And we have here four pilots, Sturley, Chanes, Gaude, and Becerra, which is not clear yet what is going to do, what is going to be the way to the north. Okay, you see now that Carlos Roca, Vidal, De La Rosa, and Gosner are heading to this gate. It means probably they didn't have enough altitude to get over this ridge. And the rest of the competitors were obliged to use the lower way to the north. Let's check the altitude of each of them. Chanes 2800, Roca 2600, Zube 2400, Gaude 2600, Wenzel 2100, Becerra 2600, Sturley 2400, Vidal 2700, De La Rosa 2800, in Gostner 3000. And now we are getting the new refresh. Okay, we've got some news. In the distances between the first one at the northern part of the map and the last one at the southern part of the map is getting larger. So Roca, Vidal, De La Rosa, and Cosna, they will go to the lagunas flying this ridge here. And Jürgen Wenzel and Gernta Zube, they are just heading to try to cross this valley. We used to call this valley the Death Valley, but some years ago the name was changed to Valle de las Lagunas, or Valley of the Lagoons, although there is no lagoons, any lagoon at this valley. So we have about a difference of about 15 to 20 kilometers between Jürgen Wenzel and Alejandro Chanes. But the competitors are still, we can say, together, flying together. So Gernta Zube and Wenzel are at the front, very close to the turn points of bridge over the Valle Las Lagunas. It's a very old turn point. Whilst First Early is doing or heading to the same point. Not sure what is happening with those two. And let us concentrate on what is this small group doing. Roca is at 2800. Zube is with 2100. Vidal, it's at 2700. And Kostner is at 26. We are getting now our refresh. Let's see what's happening. not too much changes actually. This small group is moving to the lagunas, probably higher than Jürgen and Zube. Yes, Jürgen has got 1950 and Chianta Zube is at 2200. So that means that these people, including Sturley and Gaude, we have to climb here to. This is a very good system in general. This is the system of Las Lagunas, and these people will have the advantage of there being southern or in the south from these people. They will be higher and they will fly all this ridge and try to come here with a higher altitude than these two people. Let's see what's happened. Alejandro Chanes and Nicolás Becerra now it's clear that they have to use the lower way to the north. So as I anticipated, we have here two different groups. These four guys are flying a bit higher, heading to Lagunas. These four guys are flying a bit lower, also heading to Lagunas, but they will have to climb here. In order to get the maximum possible altitude to cross this valley, the valley which is identified by the Aconcagua River and reach the Mocoen. As I said before, this doesn't vary too much, probably to the races to the previous day where the first turn point was situated in the north. Actually, most of pilots that participate on contest we like normally to start to the north instead to the south. So we are getting a new update. And we'll have to check the different altitudes in order to understand what is happening. So this first group is about at 3,000 meters. Roca is at 28. Vidal is at 29. De La Rosa at 28. And Costner the same altitude, they are very tight together. In the other group, which is composed by Phil Sturley, Javier Gaude, Giantas Zube, and Jürgen Wenzel, are at 1800. Gaude is at 2200. Giantas Zube is at 2500. And De La Rosa is at 2500. Pardon me, it was Wenzel that I wanted to check. 2560. At the rear is Alejandro Chanes with 2200. And now it's not clearly defined what's going to be the next step for the competitors. Let's check what's happening with Nicolas Becerra. It's at almost 2,000 meters. Okay, and here we have now a better understanding what's happening. There's three guys which are precisely the first three in the overall results. Carlos Roca, Thomas Costner, and René Vidal. They are heading north. Having a slight advantage over the rest. So Jürgen has got a good altitude to be part of that group. Yes, very similar. Carlos Roca has got almost 3,000, and Thomas Costner 3,1. So Jürgen could be part of that group, which, as I said before, is getting a slight advantage over the rest. Gianta Zube, although he's in the same area, I have the impression that he's not as high as these three others. Oh no, I'm wrong. He's only 100 meters lower. So that means he's in a reasonable, good position. So Carlos Roca and Thomas Costan are almost crossing the river, and they are heading to the ridge to Democoen East. This is Mount Democoen, and this point we called locally Democoen East, which is a very good hot point. So those 5 guys are heading to this point, and I have the impression that these people, they are not too high, so the alternative for them is go straight to the north to this point, which is also a good option because they are very close to the turn point, to the first turn point called Piedras Blancas. So De La Rosa is at 2700, Gaude at 2400, and Phil is the next one. It is at 1800. As you see, they are a bit lower, which make that it's not possible to go to the preferred route. The system has just been updated, and you see now there's 3 guys, Roca, Cosna, and Vidal, heading to the Mocoan East, followed some 10 kilometers behind by Gantasube. Not sure what's happening with Jürgen. He's getting some extra altitude apparently. It meaning that he will go either directly to Democoen or to Democoen East. Hard to say from here. Knowing Jürgen, probably he will privilege those routes where there are evident cumulus. Which I certainly can't foresee from here. So the new update, yeah, exactly. Jürgen Wenzel took some extra altitude here, and it seems to be heading directly to the Mocoen, and from that point to Piedras Blancas, which was our old method to go to Piedras Blancas in the contest of 15 years ago, where we used to fly in a much lower level than today. We have still in our compact group Carlos Roca, Thomas Costner, and René Vidal. They are certainly thermaling here, which is a very good area. And my guess is that they will try to get extra altitude in order to only pass through the Piedras Blancas and go over this mount directly to the next point. So I'm curious what's Janta Suber doing. Let's check his altitude. It's got a reasonable altitude, 2500. And in comparison to Roca, he's about 700 meters below. Vidal is at 3.2 and Costner at 3. Alejandro Chanes might facing some problems, although he's got a reasonable height. Nevertheless, he's about at least 25 kilometers behind from Chianta's position. And Nicolas is over Los Andes, and it seems to be that he's heading to land in Los Andes. Let's check his altitude. Oh yes, with that altitude, he's almost landed, I have to say. It's a pity, certainly. I've just advised here the direction of the contest that Becerra needs to be rescued in Los Andes. So there are only 9 competitors left. And now the differences between the last and the people on the top are getting larger. Chanes and Sturley are together still at the area of Las Lagunas. Chanes with 2500 and Sturley with 2700. Whilst this group is still getting some more altitude, let's wait for the coming refresh. Okay, and as anticipated, Jürgen Wenzel flew directly to the turn point, and he will be probably the first crossing the point. Gaude and De La Rosa are probably doing exactly the same. In these four guys, I guess they are still thermaling to get much more altitude in order, as I said before, just past this point in without thermaling, going directly to the next one. So Giantas Zube is doing a nice race. He's got 2700. Roca is 500 meters higher with his colleague René Vidal, which has got almost 3.6, in Thomas Cosner with 3.3. Our position system is not very modern, but that's what we have, and certainly is better than nothing. We'll get a refresh every 2 minutes, but anyway, it gives us a good picture what's happening in this 7th day of the Santiago qualifying sailplane Grand Prix. Sterling Chanes at the rear, still at the Lagunas. Gaude and De La Rosa approaching the ridge that goes to Piedras Blancas. And I'm curious to see what will happen with this small group composed by the 3 top pilots of the competition at this point. So now we're getting the next refresh, and now we see that the group composed by Carlos Roca, René Vidal, and Thomas Costner is now heading to the turn point. It seems that Jürgen already passed the point, and De La Rosa and Gaude are very close to it. And I'm not sure what happened to Gianta Sube. I would check if he passed the point. No, and he doesn't. He's got enough altitude, but he needs to fly a bit back to the point in order to continue. Chanes and Sterling still at the Lagunas area at the rear. Becerra already landed. And the top 3, according to the results of the last day, are leaving the Democoin East with 3,500. This is Roca. Vidal with the same altitude, and Gostner with the same altitude as well. As I said before, this is a very tight group, and they are flying some, say, 500 meters higher than the rest of the group. Although Jürgen is now heading all this group, now heading to Rio Hidalgo, the next turn point. Seems that De La Rosa has just passed the point. Yes, that's correct. And I'm curious to know what's happened with Giantas Zube. Yes, as I said before, he had to return. He just crossed the point and is heading north to the next point. With the next refresh, we will know what's happening with those three. But we have already 3 pilots, Wenzel, De La Rosa, and Zube, that already marked the first turn point, Piedras Blancas. Javier, let me check the altitude of him. It's 2100. So probably it's trying to get a bit more altitude in order to be able to continue to the north. And now we got a new refresh, and we see that Carlos Roca is heading to the point. Yeah, I have to say that the day is probably much slower than expected. In a normal day, we take about 45 minutes to this point, to Democoin Este, Democoin East. And now we have exactly 1 hour race, and the competitors are still in the same area. That's a reflection of the day. After the next refresh, we will have probably 6 competitors having passed the first turn point. I'm not sure what Javier Gaude is doing, because he seems to be heading south, unless he's thermaling to get a bit more altitude. He's got now 2100. Now we have a tight group in the front, composed by the 6 competitors. Remember that Sturley and Chanis a bit behind in the south, although now they have just crossed the Aconcagua River and both are heading to the Mocoan east with 2600 and 2900 respectively. Waiting for the next update. I guess that all of them are trying to gain more altitude in order to cross to the next point, Rio Hidalgo. Here we are with the new refresh. Let's wait a couple of seconds and we will have a better picture of what is happening in the Piedras Blancas area. So here we are. No significant change. That means that all of them are trying to get higher, as I said before, in order to probably through these ridges to get directly to this point. The strategy will be probably to have enough altitude to cross to the next point and have enough altitude to reach this point, which is the Animita area, which is normally a hot point, in order afterwards to cross to Rio Leones, considering that this ridge is higher than this. For the local pilots, I'm meaning with them our stars, Carlos Roca and René Vidal. They have actually not a great advantage over Gostner and Wenzel in terms of being local, since both Thomas Gostner and Jürgen Wenzel have been so many times here. There are practically local people, I have to say. So they know almost every detail of our Andes. The new refresh just is showing us that Carlos Roca is crossing through this pass to the north and is about 5 to 6 kilometers ahead of the group, with an altitude of 2900. Let's check the altitude of the rest of the group. Thomas has got 3000, De La Rosa 2700, René 3200, and Jürgen 3000. And Giantas 2700. So there are slight differences between each other in terms of altitude. So now we're getting now the new refresh and see now if there is any significant change. I'm curious to know what is happening. Not too much change actually. They have kept their positions, and we can see that according to the direction, both Sube and De La Rosa are heading to the same route that used Carlos. And eventually the other group composed by Jürgen Wenzel, Thomas Costa, and René Vidal are using this hot point to gain some extra altitude and take this ridge to go to the north. The next refresh will tell us if this is correct or not. Fisterli and Alejandro Chanes are already at Democoan East. In Javier, apparently, yes, he already marked the point. And he's trying to gain some extra altitude to go to the next one. Back to the rest. So Roca seems to enlarge his distance to the 5 competitors of this group, and it is about at 12 to 15 kilometers heading north. The next refresh will show us the decisions taken by this small group of 5 competitors. The last reported altitude from Wenzel was 3.2, from René 3.3, and from Costa 3.2, so almost everybody on the same altitude, whilst De La Rosa has got 2.8 and Giantas Zube 2,800. Now we are getting the refresh. Okay, and as anticipated, Jürgen Wenzel, René Vidal, and Thomas Kostner are heading north, but using this ridge, which is a bit higher than the one selected by Carlos Roca. although Carlos is quite close to the point in this area, we have a very good hot point. Eventually, he will gain some altitude um, in this area. Um, it will be his decision, certainly, to gain altitude before or after crossing the point. Okay, my friends, I will leave you now with Alfonso Soto, the director of the contest. And I appreciate your attention during this transmission. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon to the international community that is following the Sailplane Grand Prix in Chile. This is Alfonso Soto speaking. As it was saying Eduardo, Carlos Roca is following by the outside ridges to the Rio Hidalgo turnpoint, and the next three, Jürgen Wenzel, Vidal, and Gosner, are following the higher ridge straight forward to the turnpoint. So we will see in the next minutes what strategy is going to give the better results. Uh, in the following group, we have De La Rosa, Sube, and Gaude. And Gaude, it seems that is having more altitude right now. We will check it. Yes, so now it's 2900. So he arrived to the turn point, and after that, he is getting a good altitude to continue in the race. On the other hand, Phil Sturley and Chanes are still at the Democoen East. Let's check their altitudes. Is 33. Chanes and Sturley is also 33. So they are flying together at the Democoen East, and we will see later what has been their strategy to arrive to the turn point. They are okay. We already have a refresh, and they are going now to the turn point where Gaude is flying a hot point now. Gintas Sube is at 2800. And we can see that now Gosner, Vidal, and Wenzel are flying a hot spot in the midway to the next turn point. And Carlos Roca, let's see, let's check his altitude. He is already almost 3,000 meters. and is about 6 kilometers ahead of the group of Gosner, Vidal, and Wenzel. So the weather conditions are weaker than yesterday, and that's the reason because this task is being done slower than yesterday. But the second reason for that is because the competitors have to take more altitude in order to arrive to the Rio Hidalgo turn point and then be able to get the hot point that I am showing right now here to continue going to Rio Leone's turn point. This turn point is inside the mountains, and you have this ridge here, and the top of this ridge is about 3,400 meters. And this one here is about 3,000 meters. So they will have to take enough height here to go to this ridge, try to get a hot point around this area, and then cross and get the most altitude here, which is the Tordillo area. This is the Tordillo hill is what I am showing now. And getting very high at the Tordillo, they could be able to go straight forward to the turn point and then continue by the high mountains to the south, because trying to go south today on the by the lower side, on the west side of the mountains, it will be very difficult to continue to the next point, which is very far away south. So uh, during the next few minutes, we will see what's going on with all these competitors once they arrive to the Rio Hidalgo turn point. Uh, the task today is not an easy task, it's rather difficult, and it's very adjusted to the meteorological conditions of the day. So they will have to take a lot of care and make very good decisions every time that they arrive to a turn point to be able to make the next one. Silverio de la Rosa, it seems that is following the same strategy of Carlos Roca. Let's see, his altitude is 2,800, the same altitude that was Carlos Roca on that area. On the next refresh, we will see if Carlos Roca is doing the turn point or is going first to the hot point and to make the turn point later. It seems that in the group of Gosner, Vidal, and Wenzel are still trying to get more altitude on this hot point. So let's wait for the next refresh and we will see what's going on with these competitors. Okay, the next refresh is coming now. Okay, not so many changes, but Carlos Roca, it seems that he's still trying to get more altitude on that point. And now the group of Wenzel, Gosner, and Vidal are moving north. we can see that Wenzel has followed the top of the ridge, and now he is heading to the turn point. This is the Animita gate, so they have overpassed by the west side of that area, and now he is trying to go through this ridge to the turn point. The altitudes of Wenzel is 4,600, so they got a very very good hot point before he started going north. He is 4,600 meters. Vidal is 4,900 meters, so he is already on the high system, flying the high system, and Gosner is 4,800. Okay, all three already got the high mountain system, the meteorological high mountain system. So they are in a very good position now to go to the turn point and come back to this ridge to continue to the Rio Leones turn point. So it paid a lot following this ridge, getting the time around here instead of going around how it was Carlos Roca. Carlos Roca right now is 2,900, working very hard there. Okay, we're having the next refresh. And we can see that Jürgen Wenzel, we are going to make a zoom here. It's a very tough situation. Jürgen Wenzel has already made the Rio Hidalgo turn point, and he is heading to Rio Leones. And Carlos and René Vidal and Gosner are heading to the turn point, and on the next refresh, we will see them following Wenzel to the next turn point. Carlos Roca, he will have to work harder here to get more altitude and to be in the same conditions as the group of the other group of three pilots. In the back of them, we can see Sube and De La Rosa following the same lower level route that follow Roca. And Gaude, let's see the altitude of Gaude. He is 2,800, he is not too high. And also we can see Phil Sterling and Chanes flying on the turn point at 3,000 Chanes and Phil Sterling at 2,900. So they continue flying very close together, very close to each other. And we will see if they decide later to follow the high ridges as Wenzel, Vidal, and Gosner, or they will follow by the outside, which will be much more difficult. Okay, we can see that Roca already went to the hot point that I was talking before on this area, on the north area of the turn point. Around here, there should be a very good hot point, but he is losing a lot of time in comparison with the other three pilots that are already heading to the next turn point. You can see that Wenzel is already at 3 kilometers of the Rio, 3 kilometers of Rio Colorado turn point, which is this one, but the next turn point is Rio Leones. So we will see if they use the ridges that I am showing now, which are the Tordillo hill ridges, which are very good to get higher, or he will continue straight forward to the next turn point. Wenzel is already at 4,100. Vidal is 4,500, and Gosner 4,500. So Benzel is ahead, but 400 meters lower, 400 meters lower than Rene and Gosner. And Roca so far is trying to get higher there at 3,000 now. So he has get some more altitude, but not too much yet to continue to the next point. Let's see the whole picture. Gintasube has also arrived to the area where Carlos Roca is, and Silverio de la Rosa is also going there, and in the back of them is Phil Sturley, Chanes, and Gaude. So we have, as far as we can see, first place for Wenzel, second for Vidal, third for Gosner. But as I said before, Wenzel flying about 400 meters lower than Vidal and Gosner. So we will see in a few minutes what will happen with the strategy of Wenzel trying to go directly to the turn point. Probably Gosner and Vidal, if they are higher, they will try to get also higher again at the area of Tordillo, and if they do that, they will be in a very good position to go to the Rio Leones turn point and go straight forward south by the high mountains, which will be very important, as I said before, to go to the next turn point at the south, which is Chapa Verde, and Chapa Verde is 154 kilometers away from Rio Leones. So it's a long way that you have to do it by the high mountains if you want to go fast. Okay, we can see that Jürgen Wenzel is he went straight forward to the Rio Leones turn point, and his altitude right now is 4,000 meters. And what's happened with Vidal? He is 4,600 meters, and Gosner is 4,500 meters. So they are still trying to get higher at the Tordillo area before they will continue to the Rio Leones turn point. Carlos Roca is still working on the hot point at the north of Rio Hidalgo, together with Gintas Sube. Let's see their altitudes. Gintas is at 2,500, is not too comfortable there at that altitude. And Carlos Roca is now at 3,500. So he finally got the hot point there, and he is already at 3,500. So in a few minutes, he will be able to continue north to Rio Leones turn point. Silverio is already at 2,900, same altitude that he was before. And Phil Sturley and Chanes are working around at the north of Piedras Blancas turn point, trying to get some more altitude before they continue to Rio Hidalgo turn point, same as Javier Gaude. So we will see later what's going on with them, if have get more altitude or not. Phil Sturley seems that he decided to go by the outside route. And Gaude is still working there. Roca is still at the hot point at the north of Rio Hidalgo, together with Sube. And Vidal now, together with Gosner, it seems that they are heading to the next turn point. Jürgen Wenzel has followed straight forward from the Rio Leones turn point to the gate. He will try to pass this gate here. Is the gate of the Parva Hill, which is a high mountain. It's a 5,100 mountains here with a glacier on the west side. And this gate is the one that he will have to pass to. So this is a Parva. Okay, sorry. This is a Parva top. Okay, and this is the gate that he will try to pass to go through the west side of Inca Lake, which is this one. So this west ridge is the one he will try to follow, but since he didn't have too much altitude, he will have the turnaround of all these ridges here to try to get higher before he pass the gate at 4,000 meters. He is already with 4,000 meters. It's not too bad. And let's see, Vidal. Vidal is at 4,700, and Gosner is 4,500. So the one that is in the best position to continue south is Rene Vidal right now with 4,700 meters. And they just passed the Rio Leones turn point, and they are continuing south. And so we will see if they are going through the Parva hill or they will go straight forward to the area of Alto Los Leones hill. Carlos Roca is still working on the hot point there at the Rio Hidalgo turn point, together with Quinto Suba. De la Rosa is still working in the south of the turn point, so he didn't go yet to the turn point. Phil clearly is going by the outside route, and Chanes is still working, trying to get more altitude together with Gaude, all around the first turn point, Piedras Blancas. So on the next refresh, we will see what's happening with the group of the three leaders of the competition today. Okay, we get the next refresh, and this is very interesting now. We have together the first three, Gosner and Vidal and Wenzel, which is heading east. So he is trying to get more altitude before he can continue north, or he can continue south, sorry. And let's see the altitudes again. Vidal is with 4,450 meters. Gosner with 4,200 meters. And Wenzel 4,100. So as I said before, the one that was in a better position was Vidal. So we have now the picture to see on the next refresh what's going on. Remember that this is a ridge that they will have to follow if they overpass the gate of the Parva Hill. So next refresh will tell us what's going on with these three competitors. Okay, we can see that Vidal already passed the Parva gate and Gosner is just behind him, also just on top of the glacier of the Parva Hill, and they will follow the west ridge of Inca Lake. And Wenzel, he couldn't overpass the gate, and he is heading west now, so he will be passing in on a lower place to the south. So, and going west, he will lose altitude because all these regions are going down. And this ridge here, just west of the gate, is 4,500 meters. And remember that Wenzel is already at 4,000 meters. So he he's not able to pass these ridges here. He will have to continue going west to pass to the south. On the other side, Vidal and Gosner that were higher, they spend more time behind, yeah, but they ensure to have enough altitude to overpass the gate and to continue by the west ridge of Inca Lake and going straight forward south in a faster way. So Wenzel obviously will get on the first place after the next refresh. And Gosner and Vidal will be the first two. Vidal in the first place, Gosner second place, and Wenzel will be on third place. Okay, we got the next refresh. And as I told you, Wenzel is going down through the ridges. And now Wenzel is 4,200. So he will, in the next refresh, we will see that Wenzel was able to cross these ridges here. He will cross south and he will continue the same direction that are following now Vidal and Gosner. But Vidal and Gosner will be ahead of Wenzel, with no doubt. Let's see what's going on behind. Okay, Roca already left the Rio Hidalgo turnpoint, and he is right now at 3,400 meters. And on this area, there is a hot point. It's the Animita area, and there is a hot point. So probably he will try to get this hot point here before he crosses the Colorado River and go to the next turn point. Or probably he will try to get higher here and then a little higher again on the area of Tordillo to continue straight forward south as Gosner and Vidal did. Chanes, okay, he also followed the lower route that was followed by Roca, and Phil Sterling doing the same. And Ginta Sube is still working, trying to get the hot point at the north of Rio Hidalgo. Let's see his altitude. He's already at 3,000 meters. So at that altitude, he will be able to pick the best part of the hot point and get 3,500 before he continue south, sorry. So now, we can see that Gosner and Vidal, they already crossed the Aconcagua River near the Inca Lake. So, and they will continue through these ridges that I am showing you right now, which is the ridge of Yeguaceladas Hill, to continue to the area of Alto Los Leones, Juncal, and then they will cross the gate, probably, they will cross the gate of Olivares River here to continue the east side of the Olivares. So they will follow the east side of the Olivares River, but now, today, going north to south. Yesterday, if you follow the race, they from this point, this turn point here, which was Bronce, they follow the east side of the Olivares River, but going south to north. Today, they will try to follow that ridge, but north to south, which will be very, very fast. Okay, so Benzel is now just on top of the ridges at 4,100. And let's see the altitudes of Vidal is 4,300 and Gosner is 4,300 too. That's a good altitude to get on top of the ridges at the south of Inca Lake. So these ridges here will be followed by Gosner and Vidal. They start at 4,300 here, and they will probably get higher when they follow the whole ridge before they get some hot point around this area to cross the gate of Olivares River. So in the next refresh, we will see what's going on with the three leaders of the task today. Roca is still working the hot point that I mentioned before he continued to the Rio Leones turn point. Yintasub is still working the hot point at the north of Rio Hidalgo, and Alex Chanes now is arriving to Rio Hidalgo. He will probably cross the river direct straight forward to the hot point before he goes to the turn point. It will be, I think, a better strategy if he decided to go straight forward to the hot point. And the altitude of Chanes right now is 2,800. So he is already at the minimum altitude to get comfortable on that hot point. Phil Sturley, which is at the back of Chanes, we're getting a refresh now. Phil Sturley is at 3,000. And now then, we can see that Alex Chanes already went directly straight forward to the hot point, and De La Rosa is coming from the hot point. Carlos Roca is still trying to get more altitude. Let's check his altitude. He is already at 3,700, so it's 200 meters more than the previous refresh. Let's see what's going on in the front. Jürgen Benzel, he couldn't be able to follow the ridges of Vidal and Gosner, and he crossed over the hot the Rio Blanco town, which is this area here, Rio Blanco. So since he couldn't pass the gate of Parva, he followed the ridge down, and then when he had enough altitude there, he was able to cross south. he passed over the Rio Blanco town, and now he will follow this ridge here. But this ridge is slower than the ones that are flying Gosner and Vidal. So he will have to do two things: either to get more altitude here to continue to the Rio Olivares, which is this one, or either he will decide to go by outside through the copper mine and continue south. So in the few next minutes, we will see what will be his strategy. He's still, now we got the refresh, he's still heading south at, let's see, he's still heading south at 3,800 now. So he has been getting lower and lower, which is normal because he decided to go down through the ridges and then cross the river, and these ridges are at 3,600 meters, the top of the ridges. So he's flying on top of these ridges, and we will see what happened in the next minutes. On the other hand, Rene Vidal and Gostner, they follow the ridges that I talked you, which is the ridge of Yeguas Hill, and they will arrive. They are arriving right now at the area of Alto Los Leones. We will see at what altitude. Gosner at 4,600 and Vidal at 4,700. Remember that I told you they got the beginning of the ridge at 4,100, and I told you that this ridge is very good, so they are heading south and going up and up and up. They are already at 46 and 4,700 meters around this area, so they are in a very good position to continue south, and they will probably then decide to go through the gate of Rio Olivares and following the east side of Rio Olivares. And we will see later what happened with Wenzel, which will have to have a very hard work to continue on the first places of the race. Let's see in the back of them what's going on. Okay, we see that Carlos Roca is following another ridge here. So he couldn't get enough altitude to cross the ridge to the Rio Colorado and get enough altitude to go to Rio Leones. So he's following south now by the westerly ridge, which is much lower. And let's see what's his altitude. It's 4,100. It's not bad, but he will have to make a long way now to go to the Rio Leones turn point. Quinta Sube is still working on the hot point at the north of Rio Hidalgo. Phil Sturley and Chanes are working together on the hot point north of Rio Hidalgo, and De La Rosa is still working at the south side of Rio Hidalgo. They have not moved yet from that area. And Gaude is still working at the north of Piedras Blancas. Let's see his altitude. It's at 3,200. So he's now with enough altitude to continue by the ridges that were followed by Vidal and Gosner to go straight forward to the Rio Hidalgo turn point. So I think that he will decide that. But now it seems that it's heading west. Well, we will see in the next few minutes what will be his decision. And Roca right now, it seems that is turning a hot point here. And so we will be, if he is able to, to cross straightforward the Colorado River to go to Rio Leones turn point. Let's see what's happening with the leaders of the competition. Vidal and Gosner, they already left the area of Alto Los Leones and they are heading south. And let's see their altitudes. Okay, Vidal is now 5,000 and Thomas Gosner 4,700, almost 4,800. They are both in a good position, but Vidal is higher than Gosner. So definitely they will take the option of crossing the gate of Rio Olivares and continue by the east side, the ridges of the east side of Rio Olivares. And Wenzel, let's see what is his altitude right now. He's 38, almost 3,900. So he's making a hard work around this area, trying probably to get higher to be able to cross east and follow the same route of Vidal and Gosner, which is a much faster route. If he decided with that altitude to go by outside and over the copper mine, that will be not so fast. Now we had the refresh and see what happened with the altitude of Benzel. He's almost 3,900, so it's a little higher than before, and we will see what will be his decision in a few minutes. Vidal and Gosner, they have already reached the gate of Rio Olivares. Vidal continue 4,700 and Gosner at 4,800. Now Gosner is a little higher than Vidal. That they are flying there together, and we will see in how they follow the east side of the Olivares River. Let's see the other group. Javier Gaude, it seems that he is moving now to the turn point. Phil Sterlich and Sansube are still working that hot point there. And De La Rosa is still working the same place at the south side of Rio Hidalgo turn point. Carlos Roca is also working the same place there. And let's check his altitude. He is now 4,400 meters. So he is getting in a position to continue to Rio Leones turn point. So let's wait for the next refresh and see what happened. Okay, as I said, Roga has moved from the westerly ridge. He just crossed the Colorado River and he is moving to the Rio Leones turn point. We will see if he goes straight forward there or he will try to get some more altitude around this area. Because remember that with the altitude that Roga has, 4,400, was the same altitude that Wenzel came here. And coming here with that altitude, he couldn't pass the gate, this gate here, to go through the west ridge of Inca Lake. And because of that, he had to go away following these ridges down and then cross the river, which has meant that he is doing a very hard job right now, and see that he is still on that area trying to get more altitude before he continues south. On the other hand, this is the Olivares River, and Vidal and Gosner are flying these high mountains here. He already left Juncal, which is a 6,100 meters hill here, and they are now flying on top, almost on top of Nevado El Plomo, which is also a 6,100 meters hill. So they are flying the high mountains going south at a very good altitude. So they will go straight forward south without flying probably any thermal in between. So first place right now, Vidal. Second place, Gosner. Third place, Wenzel. And you can see now that we got the next refresh, and they continue flying over the top of the high ridges here. And Gosner right now is at 5,100, and Vidal is at 5,000 meters too. So they are flying almost the same altitude, and they are going very fast south. There, Vidal is right now flying 216 kilometers per hour, and Gosner 259 kilometers per hour. So as I told you before, once you get high enough before you cross the gate of Olivares River, you can fly high and very fast south, because we also have in high altitudes we have a northwest wind, so the wind is coming in this direction, so they are flying high and with a tailwind going south. So the ground speed is going to be over 200 kilometers per hour all the way down to south now. And Wenzel, he got stuck there, and he's now at 4,000 meters, getting higher and higher on that area to be able to do the same as Gosner and Vidal. So the 400 meters that he lost at the beginning when he went straight forward to the Rio Leones, it didn't pay his decision, because he loses a lot of altitude and he is losing now a lot of time behind Vidal and Gosner. Let's see the altitude of Roca. Roca now is 4,000 meters. So it's happening the same as Wenzel, but let's see now on the refresh what is his altitude right now. It's 4,000 meters. With 4,000 meters, let's see if he's going to be able we will wait here for the next refresh and see what happened with Roca. Roca crossed from the Rio Leones turnpoint straight forward to the same ridge that was followed by Wenzel. Wenzel couldn't get enough altitude to cross the gate to the west ridge of Inca Lake and see if Roca is more lucky or work better than Wenzel the ridge and is able to cross the gate. And if not, he will have to do the same route as Wenzel. So let's wait a minute and see what happened with Roca. Okay, the next refresh is coming. Okay, so far he has not been able to cross the gate, and his altitude is 4,000, the same altitude that was Jürgen Wenzel on the same area. So we will wait for the next refresh, and we will see in the meantime what's going on with the rest of the group. Gintasube, Chanes, and Sterling is still flying around the Rio Hidalgo turn point. And Gaude, I don't know what happened with Gaude, but Gaude, it seems that he came back to the area of the first turn point, Piedras Blancas, and he has not decided to continue to the next turn point. Okay, we are having now the next refresh. So let's make a zoom. Okay, so Carlos Roca made it. He already crossed the Parva gate here, and he is heading now to the west ridge of Parva. At what altitude? At 4,182 meters. Yes, he worked out the ridge in a better way than Wenzel, and he was just with the altitude to cross the gate and follow straight forward south. So he will be in a better position than Wenzel to arrive to the Olivares. Wenzel has not followed the Olivares River. Wenzel decided to now to continue south by the outside, so he will cross the he's definitely coming by outside, and he is arriving now to the point called Yerba Loca, and this is Valle Nevado. So he is going outside. So he will go by following this here. He will cross this river, and then he will reach these ridges here, which is the other way to go. So he will have to get on top here to cross this small gate, and then follow this ridge to cross the river and go south. In the meantime, Gosner and Vidal, they are just arriving to the end of Olivares River. They already finished the Olivares River. And let's see their altitude. It's very important to know at what altitude they are there. Vidal is at 4587 and Gosner 4698. Gosner is 100 meters above Vidal. They are flying together, so they will follow these ridges by the west side of Laguna Negra, which is Black Lake, and this is a water reservoir that is called. Okay, let's see here. They will follow the ridges by the west side of Black Lake, and then by these ridges here, they will cross over this turn point that is called San Gabriel to follow on top of these ridges this direction to reach the south turn point, which is called Chapa Verde. is a ski resort of El Teniente copper mine. So they are now in a good position and good altitude to continue south. And there is a critical altitude also, is when they leave this ridge here to cross the Maipo River, they have to leave this point at a good altitude to be able to get the high ridges on the other side. And if not, if you don't get enough altitude, then you have to turn down and go through these ridges south, which you lose a lot of time and altitude. Same situation as happened with Wenzel a few minutes ago. So they are continue heading south by the west side of Black Lake, and Jürgen Wenzel is coming at 4,000 meters now. Okay, so he's doing okay by going by the outside, by the west side of Olivares River. So he's coming now, as I told you, to these ridges here, and he will, on this point, he will have to cross, yeah, to the Bronze Hill here, and we will see at what height he get here, because it will be critical the altitude that he arrived here to continue south without flying any other thermal. Because if we continue south at the low altitude, it will happen what I said. He will leave this point at a low altitude and he will not be able to continue south by the higher ridges. So, and let's see what's going on with the fourth place. So we have Vidal and Gosner. Vidal right now at the first place, Gosner on second place, Wenzel in third place, and Roca in fourth place. So Roca is just ended the west side ridge of Inca Lake, and he is crossing the Aconcagua River to follow the ridges on the south side of the river. And let's see at what altitude. Oh, it's just coming a refresh. Okay, he already got the ridge, and he is at 4,200 meters. So Roca is okay. It's the same altitude that you have to get the beginning of the ridge, and at the end of the ridge probably he will be at 45 or 4,600 meters. So definitely we have then René Vidal and Gosner in first and second place, Wenzel in third place, Carlos Roca going now in fourth place, and on the back side we have Gaude still flying in the same area. I don't know if he is going to continue to the turn point or not. Sube decided to come back from the hot point of the Rio Hidalgo River, and he's heading south now. I don't know what's going to be his decision, if he decided to come back home or he will try to get higher in some other area to continue in race. And we have here now in the back flying that hot point at 3 pilots, Sterling, Chanes, and De La Rosa. Let's see their altitudes. Chanes is at 4,000 meters now, so he is already in a position to continue racing south to Rio Leones. Phil Sterling is at 3,700 meters, so say getting higher also, and De La Rosa is at 3,700 meters too. So on the next refresh, we will see what's going on with Carlos Roca on the ridges of Yeguas Heladas toward the area of Alto Los Leones and Juncal. And in the front of the race today, now Wenzel is still flying to the end of or west side of Olivares River, and Vidal and Gosner, they already passed the west ridges of Black Lake, and they will follow the ridges up to San Gabriel Point, and then we will cross the Maipo River to continue south. The altitudes of Vidal and Gosner right now is 3,900 and Gosner 4,000 meters. So let's wait for the next refresh. Okay, there is coming the next refresh. Okay, we can see that René Vidal and Gosner are just leaving the ridges, and they will cross the Maipo River. On the next refresh, we will see that. And in the back of them, we have Jürgen Wenzel that it seems that is flying a hot point at the end of the ridge before he crossed the Colorado River. I'm saying Colorado. This is another Colorado River. We have two Colorado rivers. This is the south one, and the other one is at the north. Colorado, Carlos Roca now, it seems that is getting some more altitude before he continues south. Let's see his altitude. Yes, he is almost 4,800 meters now. So he in when he was going south, he got a good hot point on the on this area, and he's getting higher before he continued the ridges. So at that altitude, he will just continue the ridges, cross in front of the area of Juncal, and he will just continue to cross the gate of Olivares River to continue by the east side, the same as Vidal and Gosner. And in the back side, we have China's still flying there. He was getting enough altitude to continue north, and Sube is flying in the south area of the Rio Hidalgo, and Phil Sterling went north to get probably higher around there. So I will say goodbye for today, and the transmission will be continued by Mario Reyes, that he was also transmitting on the previous days. So I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Mario Reyes. We're going to continue to tell you the different uh, problems and solutions that all these guys are giving us. In the up north of this truck are the guys are behind, and we have a Chinese at this moment flying at almost 4,200. So he's has been more patient and getting more altitude to continue to the next turn point, and probably from there he's already moving from there to continue to south. Chanes is flying with De La Rosa. They're going to go over these ridges, catch the area of Rio Leones, and probably trying to repeat what the others did, is to get into the high mountains, the second system, the higher system, and from there to go to uh, the area of Inca Lake, ridges, and continue south. I was pointed, as I was pointing before, Roca got some altitude here, and from here he's already flying inside. At this moment, Roca is flying at 5,000 meters, and he's a speed of 101 kilometers an hour. He probably is flying the ridge and being careful. With this altitude, being in the second system, probably he won't fly another thermal anymore, go all the way south and come back, just flying ridges, and probably at high speed. We can see the difference between Roca and Wenzel. This is about more or less 60 kilometers. Wenzel has already crossed the Colorado River, going to the next turn point. He's flying at 180 kilometers an hour, and he's almost 3,800. From there, probably he should go to the next point and come back. The leading group, Vidal and Gosner, they're flying all these ridges. We had to go around here, cross, turn the turn point, come back. There are some gates here. You have to be careful to have enough altitude to come back, and probably to fly all these ridges. Once you get from the upper system, the second system, to the lower area, the wind change, they may have in this area south wind, which is very good. It doesn't help you if you are too high, but sometimes it really helps you just to speed up. Let's see what Vidal is doing. Vidal at this moment is 3,300, 148 kilometers an hour. Once he makes the last turn point, they will probably speed up on the ridges. That's going to be the race with Thomas Gosner. We're going to see later on who is going to be the one that's going to make it first. Thomas Gosner has 50 more meters, 3350. Just a bit of difference, not much, but they're both flying very fast, 187. I'm sorry. Carlos Roca is heading south. We already knew that he was very high. He's flying all these ridges past the area of Juncal, and from there go to Olivares Gate, and from here, I'm sorry, Olivares Gate right here, and from here go all the way these ridges, usually very high and probably very fast. What is he doing now? He's going at 172 kilometers an hour. He has almost 5,000 meters. He should fly with the north tailwind and to get some speeding at that in that second system. What's going on with Wenzel? Wenzel is in the southern area. He already passed the Colorado River. As Alfonso told you, that's another Colorado River that comes all the way down to the Maipo River, which is this big one here. Wenzel. He's at 3,900 and flying at 170. It looks like he was turning there to get some altitude. We're going to see in the new refreshing. Where is he now? As I told you, he was already going south. He probably now is going fast. 185. And that's very good. From there, he should make the turn point and back without another thermal, just on a ridge flying. We can see that the two leading guys are going straight to the point. They are leaving the ridges here, get the point, and back. We're going to see if they're going to come back the same way or probably to go through some of these west gates to continue all these ridges. Thomas is making 190 kilometers an hour and he's flying around 3,100. That means that he's without altitude and at very high speed. He will be in Vitacura very soon. René Vidal, who's flying with him, the same altitude, a bit faster, and this is just going to be a matter of on the last glide. We're going to see who is going to be the best, and doing a gliding pattern to the final gate, flying fast, and also being careful with the altitude. We can see that both of the guys are almost at the turn point. Wenzel is flying these ridges. He should come around this area, either San Gabriel and here, or sometimes this ridges here to pass, and there's a tricky gate around here, which sometimes is very difficult to pass. As you can see here, we have a gate which is around 2,800. You come over these ridges and then you just go around here and go south. We're going to wait for the next refreshing uh, to see which one is leading, what is the speed, and what is going to be the strategy to continue to Vitacura. I would like to say hello to many of the friends that we have up in Germany and England and France that probably are looking at this race. Uh, we can see that Thomas Gosner and Rene Vidal are right into the turn point, and then the new refreshing, we're going to see which way are they going to come. Thomas Gosner has 2,900, and he's flying at 190 kilometers an hour. And Rene Vidal, he has the same altitude, and they also flying at the same speed. So they're just coming together. Roca has already passed the Olivares gate, and he's flying the east ridge, which is very good. He's now flying at 4,500 meters and 183 kilometers an hour. That's enough altitude, as I said, to go to the turn point and come back. What's going on in the back? We can see that Javier Gaude is back into the Lagunas. Probably he's not going to finish the task, and probably he's just coming back to Vitacura. Alex Chanes and De La Rosa, they probably already crossed the area, and they're flying this ridge of La Parva. I'm sorry, they're coming into the turn point, and from there they're going to fly into the area of Cerro Parva. Alex Chanis is flying 5,000 meters high and at 222 kilometers an hour. He has enough altitude to continue flying and pass over the area of just to fly this area, go around this ridge, and to continuous flying, probably straight to the end. The same thing about De La Rosa. What's going on with Silverio? Silverio is also flying at 5,000 and at 220 kilometers an hour. They are making a very, very good joint venture, De La Rosa and Chanis. They're probably going to come back one after the other. Carlos Roca is heading south on this area of Olivares, and Wenzel is already crossing the Maipo River. His altitude is going to be important. It's only 3,400, and he's flying 177 kilometers. That altitude is just good enough to go over that gate. He will have to be a bit more conservative and to be able to pass and then to continue. Well, Roca and Vidal, instead of going this way to pass some of these gates, they came back to the same ridges that they left before the turn point. But now they're not able to cross right here. They will have to go around and look for a gate and jump to the next valley. Vidal is 2,700 and 183 kilometers an hour. Just to remind you that Vitacura is an altitude of 700 meters. So he has 2,000 meters for gliding. Less than that, 1,800 meters. Thomas Gosner, he's a bit lower, and now his speed is slow, probably to keep that altitude and not risking the chances of coming too slow. For sure that either Vidal or Gosner, they want to make the 1-2 on this race. Now we can see here what I was telling you. There are very tiny gates around here. This one is more or less 2,000, and they already pass around right here, and they're moving north. They should go from here, fly this ridge here, and continue to Vitacura. At the same time, we can see that Jürgen Wenzel is trying to go through this gate. His altitude is 3,100, and he's flying 168 kilometers an hour. That's the tricky altitude. He will have to be careful. We're going to see that gate for Wenzel. Carlos Roca is already going south, probably very fast. He was flying 3,100, so he has real an area here to pass around 3,000, and this one is about 2,800. So he will have to jump from here, continues here, and to pass this area, which has 2,800. I think that he already passed. Very good for him. He's already going. He's flying now at 3,100 and 153 kilometers an hour. Costin and Vidal are just flying the ridges and going around. We're going to come this way. This is Cerro Blanco. So from there, you fly this area, cross to Apoyo, San Ramon, and then Vitacura. Carlos Roca, he's flying at this moment at 4,000 meters at 240 kilometers an hour. I don't think that is going to be able to catch Jürgen Wenzel. He probably is going to be in the fourth place. Javier Gaudi is just coming back from the area of Los Españoles, and from here going to Vitacura. He probably is looking for a beer. In the meantime, De La Rosa and Chanes, they already left the area of Cerro Parva. They crossed the Aconcagua River, and they're heading south. De La Rosa and Chanes. And Chane is flying at, they are flying at 4,500 meters and 190 kilometers an hour, which I think is very good. Probably De La Rosa, who is flying with him, yeah, he's flying about 100 meters higher on the same speed. So Chan is going to show De La Rosa what are the ridges to fly in this area. Silverio de la Rosa has proved to be a very experimental, experienced pilot. He has been able to adapt to the our mountains and our flight. Now here on this screen we have a and this screen we have now are just a good refreshing. We can see that Carlos Roca is heading south. Wenzel is almost ready, leaving to the turn point, and Vidal Algorsner and just coming into the ridges of Cerro Blanco. Let's see Vidal. What's the speed of Vidal? 200 kilometers an hour, and he's flying at 2,100 meters. So he has a very good altitude to be able to continue straight to Vitacura using the ridges and the southwest wind that gives you a good hand in that area. Thomas Gosner is a bit higher, less speed. That's probably something that he might be using at the end if he keeps a bit of height to accelerate and to take over Vidal right in the last straight line. Wenzel has just left the ridges to the turn point, and from in there he has his 3,000 meters, very good, 160 kilometers an hour. So that sounds very promising for him. We have a new refreshing. Gosner and Vidal are at the Cerro Blanco. Gosner is flying at 135 kilometers an hour and 2,050 meters. And Vidal is with less altitude, but he's flying faster. This is a compromise. Either you go fast or you keep some altitude. That's your energy to catch the other one. We're going to see what's going on a few more minutes. Roca is getting ready to We're back again, and I'm sorry for this delay, but we have some technical problems that have been just solved before these two leading guys that are crossing the Maipo River will gonna have to get the area of San Ramon and get to Vitacura. What's going on? Vidal, almost 1600, 250. Gosner, he's making almost the same altitude and the same speed. So this is gonna be like race at the final, like horses by nose. Let's see in the meantime what's going on with the others. Chanes is back at the Pyramide. Probably he's gaining more altitude. Yeah, probably he's staying there. He's at almost 5,000. In the meantime, De La Rosa, apparently he continue. He's flying fast, and his altitude is almost the same. What's going on with Roca and Wenzel? Roca is just crossing those ridges to get into the turn point, and he's flying at 3,100 and 168 kilometers, which is very good. And Wenzel, who was speeding up, and he's flying at 2,300, which is a bit low for that area, and 180. I think that he will have to slow down, fly the ridges, and make it to Vitacura. Wenzel we didn't see, but he probably have to go outside here to go over this area. Probably he didn't have enough altitude to fly all this area. We're going to see if Roca might do it, come to the turn point and back again through this gate and continue in a straight line instead of going outside and making this fly ridge. Wenzel at this moment is 2,100 and 163. I'll have to remember you that Vitacura is 700, so he will have to slow down to keep the altitude to make it. Who are the lead-ins? Let's see. In this refreshing, we have Vidal, 1,200 meters. And from here, I can see where I'm sitting, that there's one glider coming very fast, one after the other. And we're going to see who's going to be first. At this point on the screen, Gosner was rather slow and with just a minimal altitude. I will tell you in a minute, once the glider will pass over the field, who was finally the one that made it. We already have the two gliders that have gone over the field. I have just been informed that Gosner was the one that made it in the first place, and only about 7 to 9 seconds behind was René Vidal. So we have a winner and we have a second place. What's going on with this? What's going to be the third one? Roca is just going to the turn point, and he's around 20 kilometers of difference between Roca and Wenzel. And Wenzel is flying a bit low on the ridges. Let's find about his altitude. Wenzel is 2100 and 150. Not bad, not bad. But Roca is almost 3,188 kilometers an hour. Roca is just almost to make the turn point. I can see that Gosner just landed, and René Vidal is just behind him. They almost landed together. Very good for them. Very good. Roca making the turn point. He's 2,800, 185 kilometers an hour. Although he has more altitude, he has long difference with Wenzel that he's not going to be able to make it. The difference between both of them, it's more or less 15 kilometers in a straight line. What about the other group? We can see that De La Rosa came a bit more to the west, going over the copper mine and coming to this way. And in the meantime, Alex Chanis, he's probably going to go through the gate of the Olivares and from there to fly it straight. Yeah, I told you, Chanis made it. He's flying at 5,500 at 175 kilometers an hour. And De La Rosa is 1,000 meters below and a bit faster, but he will have to turn around and find an area for a lift. There was one guy behind, Phil Sterling. He just he went through the point. He went around this area where the Cerro Parva is, and then he's coming into the area of Juncal. He's flying at the moment at 4,000 meters, 150 kilometers an hour. 170, I'm sorry. What about Sube, who's way behind? Sube is 2,500, and 172 kilometers an hour. But he's far away. I think that he's just in his way back um, without finishing the task. That's right. Yes, he's flying uh, the area of Copin, and from there he will continue to the area of Piedras Blancas, from there to Lagunas, and back home, also looking for a beer. The day has been very hot. The maximum temperature today was around 33 degrees Celsius. So although they're flying high and it's a bit cool, I can tell you that when you come down, you're really looking for some beer or Coca-Cola. Let's wait for the refreshing to see what's going on with the China San de la Rosa. Well, as a matter of fact, we can see that Roca also, after he turned the point, he also is going outside, either to go this gate or just to go around. So he won't have a chances of speeding up to gain this difference of about 15 kilometers to make for the third place. It looks like the third place is going to be for Jürgen Wenzel. He's just flying at this area of Cerro Blanco. And from there, obviously, just in a straight glide to Vitacura. That's right. Wenzel is flying at 2,000 meters and 160 kilometers an hour. So he's in Vitacura in a few more minutes. Gaude is just enjoying himself and flying the area of San Ramon. Yeah. He's flying at 2,100 and 144 kilometers. Now we get a new refreshing. We can see that Wenzel left the Blanco to continue north, and Roca made it to the outside. This is the turn point of Leonera. So he's flying this ridge very safe in the way back home. He's 2,200 and at 200 kilometers an hour. Chane is and the Olivares flying south. We knew that he was very high, but let's see what's going on. He's still at 5,000 meters. He was 5,500, so he's speeding up and trying to gain speed using the north tailwind. De La Rosa went to the west side, and I think that he's going to be in trouble. He's 4,000. He's going very fast. He has to cross that valley, and from there, continue to the south. Once he crossed this area around these ridges, he might have a hot point to get an extra thermal. On the meantime, probably the Chinese will just gonna pass by and continue all this flight south straight down. We can see that Wenzel is in the area of Apoyo de Blanco. From there to San Ramon, and from San Ramon to Vitacura. So he's going to be the third one. Roca is going to be the fourth one. And we still have to see which one is going to be the fifth one, either Chanes or De La Rosa. Chanes has 1,000 meters higher. He's speeding up, but we have to see how they're going to gamble all these ridges on the way south. We can see that Phil Sterling is in the area of the Saladillo and Pirámide. He's flying at the moment at 3,700 meters, 146. Probably he's looking for a spot to get up and be higher. And Sube, he's 2,700, 131 kilometers an hour. And I think that he's just in his way to Vitacura because of the altitude and the area that he's flying. He's flying at the moment the area of Piedras Blanca. He should come into the Mocoin around here and get some altitude there, get back to the Lagunas right here, and from there back to Vitacura. Now you all know that Thomas Kostner made the first place, René Vidal the second place. We can see here that Wenzel is just joining the area of San Ramon. So he probably is going to make it to Vitacura in a few more minutes. Behind him is Carlos Roca, who is flying straight back to Vitacura. De La Rosa just arrived to this area that I told you that he should get up higher. He's now flying at 3,900 and 134 kilometers an hour, which is very good. He has enough altitude to continue without stopping to gain altitude. And Chanes, he's 4,500, 216 kilometers an hour. And he's going away inside on this area. He just left the Olivares. He probably is going to go around here and get in some of these ridges, go over this embalse, and from there to come out over here to cross. This turn point is San Gabriel. You're going to see what's going to be the strategy for them. Either Chanes going from the inside or De La Rosa continue a bit from the outside. Chanes higher than De La Rosa, and we're going to see what's going to be the fifth one. We can see that Wenzel is at San Ramon, and Roca is coming into the area of Blanco right here. Both of them, they will be in Vitacura in a few minutes. Still, I don't see the glider from San Ramon heading to Vitacura. Now we have a new refreshing. We can see that Chinese, as I told you, was going to go over these ridges. This is a beautiful flight at the height that he's making it. It's a very beautiful scenery. Let's see what is his speed. We are racing today. Well, he's 4,500 meters and 210 kilometers an hour. On the meantime, De La Rosa is 3,800 and 142 kilometers an hour. We can see by the window that Wenzel is just coming into 3K and from there to Vitacura. In the meantime, Roca just left the Blanco, going north to hit San Ramon, and from there to Vitacura. Well, Vence has just passed and finished in Vitacura. In the meantime, Chanis is taking the decision to probably go around these ridges and instead of coming all the way straight south. In the meantime, De La Rosa is heading south. We're going to just see by the window that Jürgen Wenzel is in final. It's going to be the third one. That was Jürgen Wenzel coming into final in Vitacura. We're going to see what's going on with Phil Sterling. Phil Sterling, he's still in the area of Saladillo. That's a tricky area. If you don't get very close to the ridges on the west side, on the east side, you get a very strong descent in these valleys. Otherwise, you have to go over this ridge, which is west. Let's see what's going on with him. He's only flying at 3,300. That's not good enough. And he's speeding up to 180, but he's heading north. Well, Sterling, instead of going north, as I told you, he's probably trying to get away from this valley and trying to go around. In the meantime, Günther Sube, he's in the area of Mocoin East, probably trying to gain some altitude. That's right, he's 2,700. He must gain a bit more to cross the Aconcagua River to the south to be able to hit the area of Lagunas, and from there back to Vitacura. The local time here is 6 p.m. Although it's still warm, but this is the time when the wind gets slower and the temperature diminish all the thermal energy. We can see that Roca is coming into crossing the Maipo River to the San Ramon. De La Rosa is coming in to cross this ridge and trying to cross the gate that I showed you before, which is this area, and trying to make it. Chanes, who was going around this area, finally decided to go over that ridge between the two areas of water there, and he's flying at 5,200 meters. This guy always like to go higher. With that altitude, he should go on a straight, very fast glide to the next turn point and back to Vitacura. In the meantime, De La Rosa crossed the Maipo River. He has to be careful in this area to cross this gate. He's now at 3,100, which is just there, and he's going fast. He will have to catch something on that ridge and being careful, trying to jump to the southern area. We're going to see what's going on with him. Here is De La Rosa at 3,100. He will have to follow this ridge continue here, be very careful, and trying to go around here. The gate is somewhere here, 2800, and continue to the south. The wind comes from the south, from the bottom of the screen to the upper part of the screen, all this way. You can imagine that the south wind, which is rather strong, about 10 knots, it produces a descendant in all this area. And if you're not careful and you hide yourself behind these ridges, you might be in trouble, make a turn, and back again. Let's see what, well, as you can see, he's already going out. He didn't have enough altitude to come into this ridges here. Here we have the mark of 3,000. He's turning around a ridge which is 2,000, but he will have to go to the inside around here and continue. Otherwise, we have to go outside to the west. And he's flying at 2,800. So he's just to cross. I don't think he's going to make it. He will have to go on the outside, and that should make his flight longer. We see Roca on the San Ramon, and of course, is almost ready to come into 3K, and he's going to be the fourth one. We still have doubt about who is going to be the fifth one. The fifth one is going to be defined between Chanes and De La Rosa. By the window, I can see Javier Gaude, who is landing in Vitacura. He didn't complete the task, but he's coming safe to our field. We can see that Chanes, who is flying now at 4,800 meters, almost 49, almost 200 kilometers an hour, trying to go to the ridges. He has enough altitude to go fast, pass the gate, and continue to the next turn point. No, the same comments to De La Rosa. He's going, he didn't cross here. He's going outside. This is the Blanco. So he's going to pass in that gate, and he will have to fly south. And this is very tricky at this time of the day. It's becoming late. Yeah. And the south wind might help him, but he will have to have around here the Leonera area, go into the ridges, trying to mark on the turn point, back again to the same thing. And that's a rather slow flight. We can see that already is in that west side of the ridges. He's flying at 2,400, 150 kilometers an hour. He has good altitude to continue south. Let's see how he's going to manage that. What is going on with Chanes? Chanes is way up high, 4,600, 225 kilometers an hour. So he probably is going to go straight to the turn point. By the window, we can see Roca just coming over the field to the finish line. As I told you, the La Rosa is going in the west side of the ridges, and Chane is coming straight to this gate, very high. He will have to go around here, and these ridges have about 3,500, and he's flying 4,500. So that is a lot of altitude. He will be able to speed, get to the turn point and back, and get the 5th position, and to leave the La Rosa for the 6th position. This is very tricky, so still we have to wait. The La Rosa can still fly. He's doing that. Chane is doing the same thing, just going fast. And the La Rosa will have to turn around all this area to continue here, back to the ridges, and back home, going north. We'll find out what's going on with the others. We have that Phil Sterling. As I told you, he was in this area in Saladillo. He has to try to come out, and this thing of coming out here with the headwind on the valley is very tricky. It takes you down, down, and down. He's only 2,400. He was up to 4,000. And he's just coming into the area of Lagunas. And from there, he will have to work his way up to make it back to Vitacura. Sube is almost 3,000. He says gain a lot of height. From there, he will have to do the same thing. He's flying the Mocoen Este, the east side of the Mocoen. He should continue get as much as he can, and from there to go into Lagunas, and from Lagunas to go to Vitacura. You can see that Chinese here is flying straight to the turn point. He's going to pass this gate, which is 2,800. He's flying now up 4,100. So he has 1,300 meters above that tricky gate to go very safely. On the meantime, the La Rosa is 2,200. He will have to go slowly. He's flying too fast, but he will have to go slowly to make the complete turn, get to the point, back to the ridges, and back home. We're going to wait for the refreshing of these guys. We know that already Chinese has more than 1,000 meters above the La Rosa. Chinese will have to go straight to the turn point and back into these ridges. On the meantime, De La Rosa will have to turn around, fly this area, go to Leonera from here, either to go around here or to make it straight to the point and back. That's around 8 kilometers each way. So that's a 15 kilometers glide. After this new refreshing, we're going to see what's going on with up north with Phil Sterling. Phil Sterling has just arrived to the Apoyo in Lagunas, and Sube is heading south. He should come either to the Apoyo or to the Lagunas Ridge right here. Phil Sterling is 2400. You have to look for something there. Apoyo is very good at this time of the day, but he will have to find something. Zube is 2900. Speed it up to catch the area of Lagunas to cross the valley. All this area is very good, but they will have to gain altitude to be able to make it to Vitacura. So we have Thomas Gosner, first place, Rene Vidal on the second place, Jürgen Wenzel on the third place, and Carlos Roca on the fourth place. The fifth place will have to be decided on these guys. Well, Chan is just going straight to the turn point and back. In the meantime, De La Rosa is just making the turns around the ridges. That means that he's not very high. He will have to be careful. De La Rosa is only 2100, which is not good enough. That's enough altitude to come back to Vitacura very safely, but I don't think it's going to be good to go to the turn point and back. He might try to, and then back to this area. Otherwise, to get some high right here at the Leonera, go to the turn point and back again and be able to finish the task. We'll wait for the refreshing to see what's going up with these guys. We're just waiting for the refreshing, which should come in a few seconds, to see what is going to be the strategy and who's going to be the one who has the best possibility to be the fifth one. This refreshing has become a bit longer than the others. Still at the Apoyo en Lagunas, and Sube in the way to Lagunas, going south to cross the Aconcagua River in this area. Now we have a new refreshing. Channels is straight down to the turn point, flying at 3,500 meters, 180 kilometers an hour. From there, he just make a turn and back to Vitacura. But De La Rosa is on the ridge at Leonera. He's only 2,000. And that thing is going to be tricky. I don't think he's going to be able to make the turn point. He's flying at 2050. And we're going to go down to see what is the situation there. Well, Chane has just made the point. De La Rosa left the Leonera, which is right here, going here straight to the point. We can see that the area of the point is 2200, and he's flying at 2000. So probably he's going to be able to go around here, follow these ridges. If he's lucky, he might get something here that will take him up to hit the turn point and back. All this area, as you can see, is 1400, 1600. You get here to 2000, 2002. So he will have to come into this area. It is a bit, or rather, a flat area. If anything happens to him, he might make a turn and come around this gate, which you can see is 1400 and down to 1000, which is very low, and back to Leonidas. Might get some hot spot here. Now we can see that the La Rosa is heading north. It looks like he's not going to make it. Chane left the turn point, heading north. He has enough altitude, we know that already, to continue to go over this area and pass very fast. This area is 2500. So he's going to be with the safety altitude. So if everything continues okay, Chanes is going to be on the 5th spot, and De La Rosa, either he's going to take some altitude somewhere here to try to make the turn point and back to Vitacura. We're going to see what's going to happen. At this time, the La Rosa is flying at 2100 and 122. And Chanes is flying at 3100, 170 kilometers an hour. It's a new refreshing. De La Rosa now is heading south to the turn point. Let's see what he's doing. He's only 2,137. It looks like he's going to try again. In the meantime, Chanes is flying at 175 kilometers an hour and at 2,900 of height. So all his altitude is a lot of energy. Well, the other guys in the north, we can see that Phil Sturley is just going into the Lagunas. He's flying at 2,600, so he has enough altitude to get back to Vitacura. And Ginto Sube, he's 2,600, and also in the same area and back to Vitacura, 150 kilometers an hour, which is very good. We're going to wait for the refreshing to see what's going on with De La Rosa. Apparently he already moved inside. No, but he's again going north. You can see here that we have 1,800, 1,700, and he was flying 2,000. So to be able to get to the point, he will have to go over this area. The point is around 2,100. He will at least go around here, getting here. As a matter of fact, from here, the wind goes from the bottom of the screen to the upper part of the screen, south wind. So this ridge, it might have some energy. to bring him in, to hit the point and get back without losing altitude. Alexander is just heading north, crossing the valley, straight to Vitacura. De La Rosa is only 1900, and he has to be careful there. But it goes to the Leonera area and from there back home. Well, probably he has decided to go to the Leonero Ridge, which is this one. That one will bring you back home with that altitude very safe. He's flying now at 1800, which is just enough to come back to Vitacura with a slow and nice ridge flying, trying not to lose, not to speed, and just to make it. Phil Sterling is in the Españoles, coming back to Vitacura. And Sube is still on the Lagunas to get some heights to be back in Vitacura. We wait for the refreshing for these two guys, especially for De La Rosa, to see what's going on. Now again, we see that De La Rosa is just coming into the Leonera Ridge. This is an area that has good energies at this time of the day. He will have to be very patiently. Let's see what's he's flying. He's flying at 1700. I'm sorry. De La Rosa is 1700 at the area of Leonera. As I said, that's good enough to come back to Vitacura. I said 1700. He will have to hit this ridge of 16 to 1700 and work up slowly. Sometimes you find some hard spot in this corner. If you find something, get up to the upper part of the ridge. You see here is 1800 and 2000, and to continue back to Vitacura. Chani is flying very comfortable, high, and not suffering. So we have already 4 guys that made it. Costner, Vidal, Wenzel, and Roca. and we're waiting for Chanis, who's going to be the fifth one. So it looks like today we're going to have only 5 guys that completed the task. Yeah, we can see that De La Rosa, just refreshing, is getting back to Vitacura. He should be just, yeah, he's flying at 1800. Continue flying this ridge and then the other ridges to make it to Vitacura safely. In the meantime, Chanes is just getting to the Blanco area, and from there to keep in a straight flight to Vitacura. He's at 2300, so he has very nice altitude, and he's flying comfortable, keeping a few meters to come into the San Ramon, and from there to our field. Phil Sterling is just coming around the area of Maraco, and from there to Vitacura. The same thing about Quinto Sube, who is at the Lagunas. Sube is flying now at 2600. That's a good height to just come and fly back. I've been telling them to come back for a beer. It's much nicer right now. We've just had a refreshing. We can see that De La Rosa is doing the usual flight over this area, crossing this valley, crossing this one, getting back here, go into the area of Blanco right here, where Chani is just leaving the Blanco to the north, and from there go straight to San Ramon, crossing the Maipo River, and from there to Vitacura. Now De La Rosa, it might be, it's 1700. He's crossing a valley, speed up. Once he gets to the next ridge, he should gain at least 50 to 100 meters. I mean, once you get here, you might gain a bit few meters. This area here is very good. De La Rosa is flying at 1700, and we can see the reading of these ridges as 1200. Way up here is 1700, so he should come around here, fly all this area, get around these ridges and back to the area of Blanco, which is this ridge on your right here, and the Blanco is all this here. If he flies carefully, he should make it to Vitacura with no problem. Well, Chan is already at the area of San Ramon. Flanish is flying at 1900, 170 kilometers an hour. So he has above our field, he has more than 1,000 meters of gliding for something like 30 kilometers distance from there to our field. Phil Sterling is just coming into the Risco area, and from there to Vitacura. I hope he's going to get into La Dehesa. On the other hand, Sube is coming around the Laguna Valley, and from there he should be home. Yeah, you can see this. It's a new refreshing. Sube is 2400. Philosterly is 1800. Just enough to jump into the La Dehesa. La Dehesa area is right here. This turn point is Santa Martina. From here, straight down. Chanes is ready to cross the Maipo River, then San Ramon, and then back to Vitacura. De La Rosa is going around these ridges. He will have to come to Blanco, either to fly something there or just to continue down. He's flying at 1600. So he will have to be very careful to get back to Vitacura. We're just waiting for the refreshing to see what's going to happen. There we are. Well, De La Rosa, it's 1500, and he's speeding up. That doesn't sound too good. That's a very low area. There is an airfield to land in that area, and that is this point. So if he has good speed, he should go into this area here, fly something. There he is. Fly something to the Blanco. As a matter of fact, in this small hill here, it's always a good thermal at this time of the day. This one here, as you can see, this 1200 area, and he's flying 1500. The landing strip is right here. So he should go around here, look for something. Otherwise, to continue, but he will have to go slow just to have enough time to make it to Vitacura. If he doesn't land here, he still has the airfield of Tobalaba, which is halfway from here to Vitacura. We can see that Phil still is in La Dehesa, going to 3K. He didn't complete the task. Quintasube is at the area of Maraco, and from there back home. And Alex Chanes is in San Ramon. He's almost ready to complete and to get into the 5th place. He's almost there. Well, De La Rosa is heading south. That means that he's probably turning there. He's at 1500, 96 kilometers an hour. So he must looking for something there to get at least about 200 more meters to fly back home safely. The next refreshing is going to be interesting for De La Rosa to find out how much height has he gained. From the window that we are sitting, I can see that Alex Chanis is coming very fast to the 3K point. He's in this area flying straight down. De La Rosa has just moved from this area to the ridge of Blanco. Let's see what he's flying now. Well, still the same altitude, but he's looking for something. We just have to wait what's going on with him. Otherwise, we'll have to send a tow plane to that airfield in which is called Principal to tow him back to Vitacura. For all you guys, we have in final to our landing strip, Phil Sterling, and after him we're going to have Alex Chanis. Phil Sterling didn't complete the task. Alex Chanis just landed. We need a new refreshing to find out what's going on with De La Rosa. $1,600. Looks like he has gone up to about 100 meters. Once he get to 1,700, he may be able to head to Vitacura. So we have just seen to land Chanes and Phil Sterling. Now we just new refresh. We can see that De La Rosa is at, as I told you, he's finally got up to almost 1,800. He's done well. He finally has made it to 1,700, which is very good. We're quite happy that De La Rosa has gone up to about 200 meters, as we said, with altitude from here at the Blanco area. He might be able to continue flying and to make it safely to Vitacura. I will mention the principal airfield is right here, and it looks like De La Rosa is not going to land there. So we have almost everybody home. Sube, Sterling, and De La Rosa and Gauden didn't complete the task. We're just waiting for the refreshing to see how De La Rosa is working his way up. Now De La Rosa has almost 1900. That's very good. I think he must be very happy because that's the way to come back to Vitacura. Well, we want to leave you the screen with almost everybody down here, and De La Rosa is still at the area of Blanco, climbing, and from there he's going to fly back to Vitacura. Tomorrow we have the last day of competition, and we're going to see the results of today. You might go into the internet to find out what were the results and the total point of the competition. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. We would like to say hello to all the friends that we have up in France, England, Germany, etc. And we'll see you tomorrow.